Oops. Missed a button. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. I'm newtmechanist, and we're back for some coding. Hello, everyone. Hello. I see we have some folks in chat already. Checking in with the kitties, we do have Ember, Sky, Mason, and Sammy visible. Sherbet is not visible at the moment. It's been pretty snuggly lately. He's actually been willing to walk onto my lap and get attention that way, which is unheard of for him. I still doubt I can get his claws. Might have been him. Yep, that was him. He's going to get a drink of water. But let's pop on in there. As I mentioned in the stream announcements, we are going to be looking at movement today. With the adjustments that we've made, there are a lot of issues. Hey there, Cheesy. There are a lot of issues with targeting and just how the movement is going in general. Part of our initial process is going to be going into things like modifiers and movements and changing the name of this. Yes, Cheesy, we are starting early today, and I do hope to run a little longer. We've missed some streams, and I want to get caught up. So we're going to change this to apply template. Because that's what we want it to be. We want to stamp the template onto the object. But I had forgotten exactly what the intent was, and this was a little vague. This is something that will happen. What is it called? Organizational knowledge or similar, where the intent when something was written has been lost. Whether that's because institutional knowledge. The intent when it was written has been lost or forgotten, whether that's because the person that initially wrote it is not there anymore, or just they don't have access to the information anymore. In one way or another. We are going to go through all of our things and change this to apply template. Which is going to complain. In a lot of places. Yes, Cheesy, normally we would be starting in about 40 minutes. But we got to get going early. And you may be experiencing a pretty substantial stream delay on your part, Cheesy. Might want to see if you're still live. Should be able to get like 15 to 30 seconds delay at the most with the way I've got the stream set up. you seem to be experiencing more than that. Oh, what you 3D printing, Sleepy? Is it a print in place one, or are you like an articulated print in place, or are you using like a flexible filament or resin? What kind of print are you doing? Ah, okay. So an articulated print in place. The kind that once it's off the pad and maybe with a couple of other contact breaks, it's mobile. There was a neat dice tower that I saw that was that way. Is it would print in place and then you could telescope it out. We'll go back through and change the template name shortly. We're also going to need to change their contents. We're making some code changes here, Cheesy, that will potentially be disruptive. But once I get these changes in place and the product reloaded, then I will show where we are. You can see that it's complaining about what I'm doing quite a bit. You will want to check the licensing on the template that you've probably got. Some of them have non-commercial licenses or similar. But perhaps not. We reload the current project, then we'll make a second pass to change some names. I have similar problems when my eyes malfunction, Cheesy. Now we need to go through all of those objects and make sure it's set properly. Then we'll need to go through the pools and set that. They would. It can potentially be harmful to once you're used to glasses, or if you try to wear and then try to watch something that will require you to focus, or if you put on somebody else's glasses, it can really strain your eyes. Template, we'll call it template. Movement calls the super function because it's calling into the modifier version. We do this converted because we need to set it to a specific class. This is technically dangerous, but by doing this check here, it'll force an error. Do you mean sleepy? Do you mean me sleepy? Are you asking if I have other hobbies or someone else? Um, yes, I mean gaming clearly. Played some Final Fantasy 14 recently. I wouldn't mind playing it some more, but balance of time kind of thing. Let's see. I used to paint wargaming models, paint and make them. Well, kit bash them ultimately. Did some very simplistic green stuff sculpting. I once made a 40K model that was composed of parts from like 5 or 6 other kits. And not just little greeblies, like substantial pieces. It was neat. Can actually do it this way. So again, we are applying this template, stamping this template over the source values. I don't know if you answered. Is it like a resin lift, or is it a FDM style 3D printer? here just to be sure. Yeah, this needs to be converted. Okay, so I think it's like form deposition modeling or something like that. But yeah, PLA. "3D printers can get pricey," and hello, Wolf. There's some really cool ones that have like multiple different nozzles for different filaments and like self-cleaning kind of stuff. See, that one was close to set up properly there. Consistent naming. It's what we want, consistency. Oh yeah, extra fancy there, Sleepyhead. Plate. Template. I think all modifiers have that. I'll have to check here. Yeah, icon and catalog name, so positioners don't need to do that. Super template. Yep. So for those joining us, again, we are currently updating this template application function from a vague or unclear name to something clearer and more consistent. I have to look for those. Okay, that's the base. Bloop. Rule number one. Rule number one. I think it's actually rule number one. But effectively rule number one. Don't be rude. Not you, Sleepy. A person that swung through that has been culled. Hello, Lulu. Welcome, welcome. We need to change these to targeters. Can't remember what the one I have is called, Sleepy. But I got it cheap. And hello, console. Let's check with the kitties real quick. I think we might have 5 out of 5. Unclear. Let me check the window camera. Yeah. We have 5 out of 5. Yeah, Sherbet is in the little house there looking out the window. Okay. Yeah, it will have to change these. Okay, I think we have the start of them there, but now we need to find places where we're using set template values for the clone function. Should also make the clone functions in modifier. Yeah. Make a default. Yeah. If we do this as the default, we can then have get new return a modifier that returns whatever the new of that object is. Yes. Okay, so the default of clone is going to create a modifier that it will set equal to this get new function. I'll have to see about it, Sleepy. I only have a couple that I have made. The PLA that I got a hold of for the initial testing was a black spool, and it doesn't show up very well. But I can try to restore the scene that showed the printer. Get the tripod set up again. Maybe set some stuff out. Get some lighter colored filament. some nice standard gray. Longer term, someday, I do want to set up an area that I can do like printing and painting on the stream. Get some of that done again. Get new. That is overridable, which returns a modifier. So by default, this just returns a blank modifier. And when you call clone, it will get that blank modifier and then it will apply itself over top of it. So now, any modifier, which is a positioner or a movement, can just override get new instead of having to override clone. Yes. Right out of there. So a movement is a modifier type. So when you clone a movement, it will be a movement object, a child of a modifier. Right there. So move face target is returns its type. Good, good. Just making sure we don't have any calls to clone here. Wonder if there's a good way to get the current type. So that we wouldn't have to override get new here. That we wouldn't even need a get new. Bloodborne. Don't have the hardware to play Bloodborne, and ultimately, I find myself increasingly disinterested in the Souls-like, as it were. Now, I do like the theming and imagery of Bloodborne a lot. Very cool. Type of? Returns an int. Yeah, that won't help. That won't help. Ludwig, our current objective is updating our movement and targeting logic. There is just a general failure in the chain of events because the targeting is overwritten in a way that I don't want. Right now, our immediate task is changing the templating logic so that when I create new objects that are meant to be copies of others, that it flows. Yes, Ludwig, we are doing a game. We're using Godot engine. We're coding in GD script. We're making a bullet heaven or game similar to Vampire Survivors, but we're using Noita-like weapon construction. That is the goal. Type of won't work. Do new. Just call a new on the class. Okay. Oh. Oh. But would that work? I know there are some 3D printers sleeping. And hello, Destroyer. Hello. For those folks unfamiliar with these streams, I am streaming to 3 different streams at once, so I may be conversing with people you can't see in chat. That would be an interesting setup there, Sleepy. Cheesy, some of them are illegible, and as far as YouTube is concerned, as far as the chat is concerned, they are like a barrage of emotes or ASCII code, so it intrinsically filters them. Some of the fonts are neat, but they are harder to read. Ludwig, there is a tall form on YouTube that tends to get the most traffic. You know, your vertical 9:16 style format. Though, if you want to look at the code, that is, I would say, the worst format. Yeah, James, that's what I'm thinking here, is get new is meant to return an instance of this particular class, but I wonder if I can just call new. Such that the object I get is the current class. Which reminds me, we can... for stream purposes, we can zoom in a little bit. Yeah. We'll experiment with that in a moment. I like it. I like the idea of not having to override this. I like the idea of not having to have this. But let's make sure that we've got all of them converted over to have modifier for the time being. in case that doesn't work. It will complain about this because the parent class has not been reloaded at the core yet. We'll definitely complain about that. So we haven't changed that yet. That doesn't change. And those wouldn't change yet. Okay, technically those change. Targeters are still modifiers at the moment. I am thinking of... Targeters, I think, need to be their own type of object. And what I'm tempted to do is mush movements and targeters together, that from a defined object in the catalog of movement types perspective, that the targeter would be loaded as part of the movement. So you don't just have move straight line. I would have an object that would be move random direction, and it would have a target random direction in move straight line in one little bundle, which would still allow me to do some of the stuff that I want to do. Hello, Francois. Welcome. Pattern modifier, count multiplier. In positioner, we have a problem. Okay, positioner doesn't need to clone because modifier already has that. Okay, so over on Twitch, Ludwig, the avatar is a live 2D model that is a visual structure made by a Japanese company. All the documentation is roughly translated, but generally you need to get an artist and a rigger to cover it. It is so the model that you see here is actually an image with a lot of different pieces to it, and then those pieces are kind of connected together with a 3D mesh, or the equivalent of a 3D mesh, so that when we move around, it, the different objects appear, disappear, slide around, that kind of thing. Various levels of expense for them. The software that I use for tracking is, for rendering, it's VTube Studio, and it's emitting a signal over, I think it's called Sprout, a protocol that OBS can consume. The tracking, I use a program called Vitamins. and then the camera is an iPhone with VTube Studio running on it, which Vitamins connects to and then relays it to VTube Studio. VTube Studio has a couple of default models in it for trying it out. You know, at a bare minimum, you need a webcam. Okay, so we have that in place. Spawn point does not have set template values. Let's apply template self. Okay, we reload clear this, we reload the project. Once I get it to a point where it is runnable again, which we might be too, I will make a new source control commit, and then we will proceed into some further adjustment. Does it run? It do not run. Okay, there we go. So this needs to be apply template. This is a template. Converted is equal to that, and we apply the modifier. Okay, we've got some broken bits down here. Their visuals are not loading. So you see, this is technically a movement accelerator, this blank square right here. So the mice are moving faster when it has that. And right there. So this is move spiral. That will work incorrectly. Ludwig, this is Godot engine. It is a open source kind of community built development engine, and we're coding it in GD script. Godot engine does support C# libraries as well. You need to do some extra performance optimization for when you're dealing with the graphics engine portion of the Godot engine through C#. But for the calculation stuff, C# is better. I just wanted to learn a new language. Yeah, we're still figuring out exactly how that will work, Sleepyhead. Right now, one of the gimmicks is that it always fills in the end of your inventory, the bottom right. But as you acquire new weapons, those inventory slots will immediately start taking effect. So if you have all 6 weapons filled in, if you get a new modifier, it will pop that in there. So you lose the ability to have spares to swap around, and instead, if you grab a new one, you're using it. There we go. It's going to be apply templates. Oh, that's right. That's right. We need to make sure. Yes, James. Every movement object in sequence applies a vector. So intrinsically, most movements will accelerate it. and that the resultant vector will be faster and faster. I do intend for some of them to just rotate the vector, though. Okay, we need to look at the movement pool as well. We need to look at all of our pools. Okay, quick break. I will be right back. And back. Let's see, where? Yeah, I haven't had too many streams this week. Slightly reduced, but we're back. And to a point there, Cheesy, how you say random sword or armor, there will be two different styles of things. You have the weapon itself, which has an intrinsic property to it. Like the wind-up mouse is going to be a homing weapon. So by default, it will home. Then you have modifiers that are combinations of like number of projectiles, secondary effects, that kind of thing, and you slot them in. We're not going to have anything that does like plus damage. Since those are less visually interesting. Instead, you'll have moves through multiple targets, fires more projectiles, explodes, that kind of stuff. We want it to be flashy, not like numbers. Okay, so let's go through our pools here. We need to make sure that we have all of the pools adjusted to do things like apply template properly. Like that. So the movement applies this template. Yep. Yes, Kitty. The one that's visible right now is Sammy. That's her favorite spot. Let's see how many others we can spot. We've got 3 visible. We have Ember. She is across from my keyboard. That is her spot. And we have Sammy, who is doing a little bath time there. She's sitting on her spot, well, her favorite spot. then you can see that should be Sherbet in there. He's generally the one that will go into that little house by the window. I haven't considered scaling on the objects there, Sleepy, but that's a possibility where their hitbox gets bigger. Or smaller, or, some combination. I also want to avoid too much as far as trade-offs. I want every one of them to feel like good, like positive, so that the choice between them is not which neutral I want to achieve, but is instead which one do I feel will be the bigger positive at this moment. So, this one moves like this and gives me 3 projectiles. This one gives me 5 projectiles, but maybe it moves in a way that is less convenient for my current weapon. Spirals are great when you have a slow, tight spiral that I can do, but if it's already moving very fast and in a way that is counter to maximizing the covered area of the spiral, maybe I don't want a spiral right now. Okay, so we're applying the template. Let's make sure. See, our icons are not being applied, which is weird because they are all modifiers, and a modifier has an icon and a template. Oh. I had it applying itself to itself by doing that. Oopsie doopsie. There we go. Okay, so this one's a spiral. Now the mice will begin arcing out. By the nature of a mouse right now, of the wind-up mouse, they have a move in a random direction as their default, so they'll start moving in a direction. So we get this neat little clover. It would depend on the cat wear. None of mine will do that. So then we can also add a 3-shot in there. So you can see part of the problem with the way that the multi-projectiles is working. They're coming out wrong. Hello, Lion. Hello. I can't say you're immediately familiar. My memory is not terribly reliable all the time. Okay, let's amp them up a little bit here. I want to stress test it a bit. We are currently producing 27 mice at once. Because it is multiplicative. This is 3 groups of 3 groups of 3. Now, positioning like this, these groups of 3, it doesn't matter if I put the spiral here, because it handles positioning first, so the multipliers, and it handles movement as they move. So we don't have that sort of like stacking mentality. It would largely be meaningless, though. Pretty much Lion's stream time is nap time. Okay, it is not going haywire yet. It will largely depend, Sleepyhead, on like what a channel name should be will depend on things like what you intend to put on it. The larger variety of content, the more general you want the name. If it's all going to be 3D printing forever, then things like, you know, hey, Sleepyhead 3D printing kind of stuff. Ah, puddle of plastic, nice. Okay, it's not going haywire at the moment. Let's see, we are producing... Oh, man. Is it like 243 at a time? There is a cap on the number of them that can exist at once. This isn't necessarily a guarantee of how it will work long run, but this is meant to demonstrate what it's capable of. Is we have move straight line, spiral, move straight line, spiral, move straight line. So we get these wide loops happening. Because we are moving so far so fast, we're more likely to hit the edges, so we're seeing spawns more often. That's part of the oddity there, James, is the triplicate, the positioning, and the targeting is skewed. So we're very likely to get anomaly cases. So if I take all of the modifiers off, except the positioners, you see how there's very frequently... Okay, here we go. We can still get scenarios where one of them will go haywire, but that's primarily spiraling where we'll get that. Because they don't work quite right. Projectiles are limited to 750 at a time, so we do get this sort of like hang up there. The 3 spread also gets, because the arc that you get off of each projectile ends up overlapping with the prior arc, we get the projectiles stacking on top of each other. So despite the fact that there are 9 spawning, it only looks like there's 3. And when we add this, it only looks like it adds 2 more. And similar, because each one keeps splitting at the same angle, so they stack on top of their parents. Okay, so now we're just going to do... We're going to cut this off, and we're going to say new here. Actually, just a second. Do source control. Okay, doing a quick little commit here. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to experiment with this and say new. Now we're going to make a whole bunch of them at once. We're doing this to trigger pooling. So you can see these are number created, but also the number pooled here. So now if we restrict it down to fewer of them, okay, yeah, that works. We don't need get new. Yeah, so let me show you. Pooling. This is the movement pool. What it does is we keep track of duplicate entities, essentially. So if I get a move in a spiral, if I have created... If 100 of them have already been used up, instead of throwing the object away and letting garbage collection touch it, we put it in an array, well, effectively a queue in a dictionary of that type. Then, when I next want to create it, if the queue is full enough, I will pull from that queue and then kind of reuse that object. Change the settings on it and reuse it. Because otherwise the garbage collection in a lot of languages will sneak up on you. Because it just decides, I'm going to start doing a lot of work. And it will wreck performance. What we don't ever want to have is that the pool has a size of 1 at the same time that we release and we add 1, because that can result in kind of out of syncs. Where the one that we release is the same one, it can result in some weirdness. Okay, so we've got that. Let's take a look at the spiral and get that moving properly. Right now I have a fixed movement logic, and I don't really like that. What we could change it to is that instead of the... So right now a spiral will say each time that it moves, it gets a position that is the radius of its circle increases over time. So it stores off what was the last angle, what was the last radius, that kind of thing. It rotates the point around a circle and expands that circle at the same time. This can be a problem because it means that we are asserting a position. We are hard asserting a vector. So we're looking at a point and saying, essentially push it right to that point. It can throw things off. So we're seeing that anomaly. Hey there, cats. And Chavez. Hello. And Mafioso. Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. There's some other ones that I'd like to test. Let's test a couple of other movement types. I'm going to procrastinate a bit. Yes, James, yes. Now, I would want to check on how to make a circle work for that. But having a sufficient rotation or a consistent rotation should create a decent circle, or at least a decent spiral. Because if it were a circle, we'd be constantly rotating to be at a 90-degree angle from our source position, I think. But it'd be a spiral if the angle were off from that. Be kind of a clover if the angle were in from that. Yes, cats, coding tomorrow as well. I'm thinking of resuming Undertale with the music removed on Tuesday, but that is not confirmed. Read as, I would like to play more Deltarune Chapter 2, but I'm tired of attempting copyright disputes on gameplay footage. Okay, it's not a weapon. We're gonna use... We'll use the yarn icon for the... We'll do an S-curve. Player... Gonna have to come up with a icon not specified icon. What makes my my avatar special to me? It is a narrative that has built up with the community. My earliest Twitch streams did not have an avatar or a camera aside from the cat cam. But the idea of the Catbot Corporation, Catbots, and eventually the Nanotypes grew out of a story that built up with our initial Noida mod, which Uh, if I'm not mistaken, is where James knows us from. Okay. Um, we're going to leave frequency and amplitude as they are. But I think there are still some YouTube streams. There are some recordings of YouTube streams that have some of the Noida mod in them. I do not watch Demon Slayer Cats, not because I don't like it, but like with games I want to play, I have to ration where I spend my time. Brain worky. Okay. We'll just add a spread. We'll add a spiral. We'll add a move straight line. Like something. Let's look at move S curve. It might not be updated for new content. I do not know how to use Blender. It's odd. It's not supposed to be this sharp of a turn. But I mean, I guess. So, S curve and spiral, I think, need to be adjusted to be angular rotations, such that we look at a central point and say, what is the angle from that central point? That might not ultimately work, though. It's probably going to be a rotation, but it's figuring out how to do. Yes, there will be thousands of combinations there, Sleepy. Uh, our goal is not balance. Our goal is constrained, overpowered. Much like Endgame with a lot of bullet heavens, if you live long enough to get all of the stuff, then you tend to become nearly unstoppable. And that's where we want to get. That is the goal. Okay, so there's definitely stuff wrong with spiral, and there's definitely stuff wrong with S-curve. But a decent portion of this Yeah, James, it's sine wave should be kind of like a metronome angle change, and spirals and circles need to be known angle changes. But figuring out how to get that angle change. Oh, no. A spiral would be a steadily changing angle change along one direction within a limit. Eventually, it would effectively converge on a 180, a straight line, and stop there as the spiral essentially widens. Whereas a circle should have a consistent rotation over time. I think. Okay, so we've got that in place. We do need an S curve. I need a icon not specified, and I need um, new ones for like S curve and the like. Oh, pretty much never sleepyhead. Part of being a VTuber for me is that I don't have to appear on camera. Alternately, as I traditionally do, I would say, oh, but there never needs to be a face reveal because you're looking at my face right now. Okay, so let's start with Spiral here. Oh, no, let's look at our catalog. That's why. That's why the mouse was misbehaving. We had overridden move straight line, which the mouse by default uses. Hello, Fur, and welcome to the broadcast. We are coding a game right now. Real quickly, we're going to make another commit here. That is generally contraindicated there, Sleepyhead. Those, the bed plate for a 3D printer tends to be a bit toasty. I mean, at least you didn't touch the nozzle. Those commits. And back we go. Okay, let's start with Spiral because S-curve is more complicated. Okay. If we ignore the radius and the growth rate, and we just do base angle change, that's what we will rotate it at each time. Looks like we had a bit of a YouTube hiccup there, folks. Sorry about that. Okay. It does not mess with target direction initially. And to entity dot move dot movement dot rotate dot degrees dot radians base angle change. Okay, this is going to take the entity's movement and rotate it 30 degrees each time, which should be a clockwise rotation, if I recall correctly. It's 30 degrees a second. I'm not seeing the rotation. Amplify. 30 degrees a second, James. But I am getting 0 rotation. Okay. Entity to move, and its target movement is that. So it should rotate it. Oh, yeah, it's rotating at 30 a frame right now. Whoopsie doopsie. Let's verify that that's different. No movement. Pass here will freeze here and here. Okay, so entity to move is currently using what? Yeah, let's verify here. Move straight line. Target movement. Yep. 369 negative 1. Okay, it's being rotated. It's being rotated. And then at the end of its movement, entity move, go through the movement chain. Yep, and then we use target movement to set our velocity and our max speed to the length of that vector. Which is weird because we are getting not that. We should be getting self in there each time. Hey there, Dodds. Here, let's... So we've got our... So we've got our movement changes in place. And we have a system for modifying it on the fly at the moment. But for whatever reason, our angular change for this isn't working. That's the idea, Dodd, that all of the stuff will be cat-themed. Long-term, and like with unlocks and like special tricks and whatnot, there will be some non-cat-themed stuff. And the tone will darken the more stuff you unlock. Kind of akin to Cookie Clicker, you know? Things get weird. Hello, Sam. Welcome. I see that you made it. The theme will be mechanical cats for a majority of it. The Catbot Corporation Catbot in the like. And corresponding accessory. So this should be the change to the entity to moves vector here. So we get its target movement vector and we rotate it, and we are seeing that change. Entity. So we go in, we go through the movement chain. Each of them applies a change to this guy here. And then in this, we tell the navigation system this is how we want it to move. For projectiles, there's nothing stopping it from moving exactly this way. For monsters, there is something stopping it. That will be other monsters. But why? is this not changing? Okay, we are... I don't think we actually need iframes anymore in this. We should be putting the iframes in the take damage algorithm. But each problem at a time. Okay, so we negate. Indeed, Foxfire, we are still working on our game. We're trying to get spiral motion. Working in a non-forced manner, because it's misbehaving. Once we get the motions that we have functioning, then we can start looking at changing targeting. But I want to get all of the movement patterns that we've already created functioning how we want so we can look at it. Worst game I've ever played. There's a lot of them. Gumshoe on the original NES was pretty bad. Super Hideline, pretty bad. The Super Mario Brothers on the Game Boy. There was like a weird spin-off. Okay, if we change the mouse to use move spiral by default. Actually, let's add the yarn weapon in move spiral by default. Then I don't have to tamper. Testing code. Okay, well, that... Okay, just a moment, folks. I will be right back, and then we'll continue. I'm back. Okay. Let's look at this again. So it's rotating it. So it won't work for yarn here without adjusting the yarn. So let's tweak it at the moment since it's already not working. Hello, Ember. Top up the water supply so that, not drinking caffeinated stuff. Ember is coming to visit me. Let's that got normalized times growth rate times delta plus equals rotated. The worst thing that happened in a game that that I liked. All right, let's switch it to the yarn. I'm sorry, to the mouse again. Yeah, we're not getting any change in the direction. I can't really think of anything off the top of my head there, Sam. Okay, so there's something that we're just fundamentally missing here. Because this should make a change by doing this. This should make a substantial change. So if I look at rotated, we have that, then an entity to move. Its target movement is already that. This should be a substantial vector change. Just tangible. Because it should be updating at 30 degrees a second. Degrees to radians. Each time we clear target motion, we call into the chain. Oh. Okay, now if we use yarn because of the changes there, then if we look in entity when it starts moving, we want to catch the yarn. So we're initially going to get the player over and over. Until okay, we have the yarn object now. There we go. Okay, so we have no target movement. Zeroed out. We have a movement chain. We call through it. Target movement is still 0. Well, there's part of our problem then. Doesn't make a lot of sense. No target movement because it doesn't have any default movement. Rotated is non-zero at the moment. All right, let's force this. If we have a vector, if we don't have a vector, then entity to move dot target movement is equal to a vector 2 dot right. Okay, we're still not rotating. Wait. I think we are. Very, very, very slightly. I get a feeling, Dodds, that there will be a, to all my viewers and patrons kind of thing. Patrons in the old artist sense. Okay, move spiral. It is moving incredibly slowly. I'm not sure if you can see it, folks, but it is moving ever so slightly downward. Ever so slightly. Like, there's a bolt on the corner of each of these grid tiles, like a little square. You can see this square here is further from the ball of yarn than this square here. It is being rotated downwards. But what's going on with this? This is degrees to radians. Normalized zeroes it out. We don't actually need normalized given how this is working. But this changes it into a unit of one vector. And then we multiply it by our base growth rate. Let's force it to one square. Like it's imperceptible. But the rotation should be having an effect. Doing nothing. Okay. Am I using the wrong method here? No. Oh. Yeah, that could be. Still there, but it's just so tiny. Base angle change is 30, so it should be in degrees. And our target movement is 0, so each time... Oh, but it's not resetting. It's not resetting. So we're always applying a vector right rotated every time. So we're just applying a slight down right vector here. That's not what we want. We want to constantly change what its current vector is. Yeah, we were setting it, but that we're still facing that problem. Okay, so when it asks which direction should we be moving in, we're going to say the rotated direction. Not quite, but we're getting there. That created the same problem. No worries, no worries. How much did I pay for my keyboard? I think this is a sub 100 one. In the future, I would get a cheaper one. Okay, so this is a circle moving in a straight line, more or less. Let's look at move straight line. See, this isn't correct. Because this needs to be influenced by delta. This is where the targeting gets wonky. Oh. Okay, okay. Equal to entity to move. We don't normalize it, and we use degree base angle change. Then mean target direction is equal to okay, we need to remove this. We're getting an orbit now. It's going to be like 1. Okay, so we're getting our target random direction, and we're getting the spiral off of it. So it's offset by the 1. Here, if we do a 96. Should be functionally the same. Yeah. We are trying to... Let's reduce that base angle change to 10. We are looking at... See, this is not correct. Okay, let's make it sharper. We're trying to get a spiral working by rotation. Oh, objects per second? We can easily get 750 projectiles on the screen while maintaining 30 frames per second. I think we can get close to 2,000 things actively moving on scene. Okay, so we're hitting where there's the fundamental problem with the way that direction and whatnot is calculated. Because this should be constantly rotating it and saying this is your new direction over and over. Right here. One can hope there, CL. One can hope. Because this is our problem. We're zeroing it out each time, and this is the only one influencing it. So, if we go into our load items, that is the goal there, James. But we are definitely not getting the motion now. We're just getting the random direction. As far as like cost there, CL, no idea at this point. Non-zero, but definitely not expensive. It's supposed to be a bullet heaven style game, like think Vampire Survivors style thing. Okay. So instead of this, it's essentially gonna double the speed. Uchiha, the language currently is GD script in the Godot engine. The genre is bullet heaven. And pain, we're moving along, trying to get our movement working. It's negating it every time, though. I'm fundamentally missing something, and this is why I was thinking we're probably going to have to rip up the whole movement logic. Move straight line will use whatever target direction is. So when it comes in, it has direction to use. It will apply that. We should be using this, actually. Let's make sure we're using that. We don't multiply by delta. That gets handled during the move. Should be. No, we do delta. It's been so long. Direction to use is currently is used as a baseline. It's primarily used by positioning at the beginning and things like move straight line. Target movement is how it will actually move. So we get direction to use to say derive it from this. If you need to. This is day 60 CL, or stream 60. We generally work on it about 3 hours each stream. We are getting 0 change out of this. Which is just weird. I think this might be the oddity in here. There's definitely some wiggle going on here. Kinda thrashing, but we should be using this in other places, but we've changed so much over time. Hello there, Antium. We don't need to do that. That always does that by default. All right, stepping away for a moment. Then we got to figure out what we're going to do next. Right, settling back in. Okay, so fundamentally, there is a base direction to move. But each time, that is supposed to be updating. So move straight line should be taking whatever its original direction was and moving in that direction, which means the current vector is going to come into play. Okay, so we have finally come to where welcome back, Sleepy, and hello, Ness. Hello. You're joining us for our game dev project. Let me reveal to you our spiral motion not spiraling. The other stuff works. More or less. S-curve doing S-curve things. S-curve works because what we have is effectively a vertical vector along its path of movement. So if it's moving to the right, we're applying a positive or negative y vector based on amplitude and frequency. So that works fine. We could, instead of rotating, apply a force to it to say you should be going this far out and you should be going this far left to simulate the angle. But it's not quite what we want to be doing here. So the short of it is, we want to be able to just tell the movement, do your movement. And each movement object will have its own targeting that says, this is the direction that you will move in. So move random direction is going to decide what the direction of that movement is. Not yet, Lunar, not yet. So we want to combine them. So, real quickly, let me revert this here. Okay. So let's start getting the targeting cut over here. So each movement object needs to have a targeter. Yeah. Getting there, huh, Sleepyhead? You're printing that that articulated fish, right? We don't care about these once we're done. Hello, Tyler. Welcome. Okay. So we get our targeter. We're going to have to set that up appropriately. And ultimately, I don't want to have a movement chain. There's no reason that we actually need a chain. With positioners, we need we need a depth first chain. How's that going, Tyler? This new job of yours. How we do. Okay, so stream of consciousness, little thinking out loud here. Movement objects will no longer pass their targeting along. They will influence the vector independent of what the others are doing. The only time they'll care about positioning is if there's a target entity, and then that will still depend on the individual type of movement and the type of targeting. So we won't need these chains, we won't need the target entity or direction because they will get that from the targeter. They will expressly ask it. Movement can be handled linearly along the movement array. We don't need the next one. We can just have the spawner, the entity, call each one in its movement collection. Like I mentioned, Sleepyhead, I do have one. It is... I had a webcam on it for a while, but like I said, I had black PLA, and I haven't gotten any new PLA. Ultimately, I want to paint the stuff, and I want to do that on stream, but the room that it's in and the whole rig that would be necessary to accomplish that properly isn't in place. Logistics. So we can load its targeter when we're loading the template. Then when we clone the object, when we clone movement, we need to clone the targeter as well. So we need to go through and we need to make sure a movement object applies all relevant pieces. It doesn't need that or that. So, James, the next one in the chain has access to the vector that the entity is currently moving at, or wants to move at, based on the actions of the prior movement, but it doesn't have access to what direction the prior targeters used. So if the first one is move in a random direction, the second one doesn't have that random direction, but it does have the direction that is currently being used. And since each one should be targeting on its own, you could actually have move random direction twice in a row and get very erratic movement. Potentially holding still or being very jittery. So when we apply template, this movement variable converted is a movement is equal to template. Head. Need to make sure that targeters have that. Sleepyhead, if you want to pop it into the art board, the community poster board on the Discord. The plus side of this, James, is that there won't be a target direction vector anymore. There will only be its target movement. Because, like, this direction to use, this whole thing right here goes away under the different model where they have targeters. These two are a problem. If these two doesn't line up perfectly, then we get we get incorrect movement. Audio seems fine. Let's check the streams. Connection seems to be holding clean. You might need to refresh, Sleepyhead. YouTube might be slowing it down. Might have had a hiccup, though. It's always possible. So we're going to keep those. We don't need this. Movement object. So if we load movement, with what type it is, and then its icon, its catalog, its base movement rate, then we're going to have targeters. Targeters are things like aim at the player, or like choose a random direction. When it says choose a random direction, that targeter will keep that direction forever. So if it chooses to the right, whenever it's asked which direction do I use, it will say to the right. If you ask a choose a random direction, which entity do I target, it will say no, I don't do that. But if you have target the player, then it could return the current entity's relative direction to the player, as well as just returning the player. But I would prefer that it just returns the player and returns a 0 direction. And that the movement, which knows what the entity is, can make that judgment if it needs to. Like, how they use the information that they have is up to the movement. The targeter just reports a direction and an entity. And or. Okay, so now we need a targeter. Okay, so this is going to blow some stuff up, but that's okay. Targeting. No, we don't need that. So we're going to have... It's going to inherit targeter. So we have target random direction here, just so. Kill that. You are the new target random direction. The thing that it will break is it's going to break the catalog in a moment. So look at targeter. Yeah, Lunar, it's as far as... For those curious, Lunar mentioned jokingly mentioned the idea of a HoloCure crossover. And interestingly, Cover, the company behind HoloLive, does have a policy for fan games. It is generally that they be not for profit, you know. Get new, it just needs to call new. Initialize needs to call parent. So we'll need a type. Yeah, we need these. Yes. Targeter has a direction and an entity, so we don't need to worry about these. When they're initialized, it resets them here. But we can then, when it's initialized, it can say direction is equal to global.get random direction. So then subsequently, when an object has this as a targeter, it can say, give me the direction. And then this will always be true. And unless this gets initialized again, this will always be true. So did we already make a targeter pool? Targeter sets the template of the targeter. Otherwise, we clone it and then we initialize it. Okay. So that one. Constants collection. Fires. Hello there, Fern, and welcome to the broadcast. You are joining us for one of our game dev streams, in which we are attempting to make a Bullet Heaven style game that uses a Noita-like weapon system. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. So we don't need these. So then in our target random direction, we return that. Ew. Good opportunity to check on the kitties again. Let's see. I think we've got all 5 as soon as camera 1 behaves itself. So Ember across from the keyboard, Sky up in the tree, Mason and Sammy on the bed, and Sherbet in the little house by the window. All of them in their, effectively their own spots. Okay, so we have the constant in place. We have the targeter pool in place. So then when we go to our catalogs, delete you. Thanks, Fern. I am trying to get back into making the short form videos. It's largely an off-stream time constraint kind of scenario. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. Okay, so before we load movements, we need to load targeters. I'm ambivalent, Fern, ambivalent. No particular interest either way, positive or negative. Very much a you do you scenario, you know? As are a lot of things in life. As in the yearly event or in general? I think in general it's a positive thing. You know, have pride in who you are. I in general endorse the idea of the yearly month. It's a good opportunity for folks to express themselves in that way. I would say I would like to be part of a world where we did not feel that a month for the celebration of a minority group is necessary. And not that it's not positive, but it would be great if we didn't need to reassure folks that they are seen and appreciated as people, you know? That should be so very assumed. Targeters as something iter is equal to new target random direction new. I think I get what's happening though, Sleepy, is for some folks it's important that they understand where an entertainer stands before they get too committed. It's better than being ambushed later. to a thing. Let's get targeter open here so I can remember what variables it has. Just has a catalog name. Yes. It's down to here. Just so. Okay, so now we have a targeter. Then we need to go into our load movements. I don't know why there's a black square there, but there is. Temporarily. Targeter is equal to we need a get. Get targeter. It's a catalog name. It's a string, and it returns a targeter. Same general pattern, but it's going to be a targeter, and it's going to pass in targeters. And then we clone it, and then we return it. What do you mean, Sleepy? You were uploading videos to YouTube and you have stopped, or what? Targeters. Targeters need to be loaded before movements. Movements are dependent on targeters. Action. Move to player technically doesn't need a targeter. Same with move player. Doesn't care. We are forcing them all over to that, and then we are going to go into our load movements. Make sure we are not... Sorry, items here. Remove Hey there, Jamal. Welcome. Mobs. Move to player. The player is move player. Okay. Okay. So then when we load a movement object, so all of that is potentially irrelevant here. Same with next movement. But for the time being, we're just going to keep moving as is. So when we apply template, we get a clone of the targeter each time. Okay. Then we release a mover here. Entity. Okay, so we're doing some code. We're doing. We're still in the process of changing how movement works, and now we are going to go through and make sure everything is cleaned up. So we release the movement chain, and then in movement, the movement pool. When we release one, we are going to call release on the movement's targeter. Targeter. There's our targeter pool. Oh, project. Settings, auto loads. Targeter pool. It is a global a pool, and it is the targeter pool. Just so we add that, and we are going to move you above our movement pool. Release the targeter. Movement targeter. Okay, we release that back into the pool when we're done with the movement object. So then in our movement objects, we have much scrubbing to do. We don't need get new because that's handled. Oh, no. Yes. No, yes. Oh, yes. We don't need get target entity and direction. move, we don't do that. We don't have a target entity to use or to move. Hello there, Adrian. Welcome. You're new to the channel. I'm newtmechanist. You can just call me Newt. The mechanist part is a title. I play games and I write a game. We are writing a Bullet Heaven style game in the Godot engine using GD script. I am currently in the process of really changing some core logic. All right. Much has exploded. Now we go into each of our movers. Does not need to get new. Need to get new. Don't get target direction ever. Yeah. Nowadays, quote unquote, there's a lot more programming that can show up in basic education. That's a good thing. If for no other reason than thinking in logical flows, you know? It's a good skill. It's going to be a lot of the code complaining after this. Well, good luck, Adrian. I hope things go well for you. A quick reload of the project. Does it explode? Oh, it didn't. Good. Fixed. think we're okay. Targeter direction. Highly variable, Adrian. Highly variable. There were good times and very bad times. I may have been to South Carolina, but it would have been passing through Sleepyhead. I've been to many places in the United States. Never been out of country. We will revisit Spiral when it has a target entity. This is true, Dodds. It is sometimes interesting where people will say, like, don't you know what's happening in, in your country? And it's, no, I don't know what's happening in this other state, because some of them might as well be completely different countries. This curve just affects the position, so we're going to see what explodes. Okay, we need to... Oh, hello. Hello. Sky has come to visit me. Sky doesn't always visit me during the stream, but, when he do... Alright, we missed some movements here. They are in alterations. So we need to fix our movement adjusters here. I have, Adrian, I have. Computer science and such like. pause in the keyboard use now and again so I can give Sky some pets here. Otherwise, he will make mischief. He is my biggest mischief maker of the cats. Okay. It's broken now. Here we go. Here we go. Random enemy. Just gonna pop that in there because it's is the movement version. So we are just going to rip all of that out of you because you're causing a problem. I've worked in a variety of industries in for a variety of companies for a variety of things as far as programming. So in our template, okay, if we will need to address that. Ta-da! I mean, still broken, but still. Okay, so we need a dummy targeter just that exists. So when we are we need this to be cleaner. I think if inverted targeter then we clone it. We're going to have a better solution for this part. This is sloppy. Because this is just creating a new targeter every time. Targeter is coming back null. Should not be the case. Oh. Catalog. Load movements. No, Spiral has a target random direction. Let's catch it when it loads. Movement, targeter. Its catalog name should not be undefined. Targeters. Because it is receiving a null one. But no, it shouldn't be receiving a null one. Name is target random direction to return as that catalog name. We clone it. Okay, the clone on targeters is not working. Because catalog name. Still getting a null. Okay, so we're calling into the movement pool. We're calling release here. Okay. So we have current movement, and its targeter is null. and it is a spiral motion. That should not be the case. Always have a targeter. We should always be setting a targeter on them. We'll get there, though. There will be a dummy targeter. Targeter's not coming in correctly in the template. Okay, stepping away for a quick break and then be right back. And we're back. Sherbet has come out to join us. See, he's on the desk side. He is the third camera or the upper right camera, depending on which part you're looking at. Hey there, Zenitsu. Sorry. Okay. So our template for a movement type is not coming through properly. We set the catalog name and our target random direction. Our apply template calls into the super template. Why is it being nulled? Wait. It's not its catalog name that we're messing with, right? Yeah. Targeter doesn't have catalog name defined in it, right? No, modifiers do, not movements. Modifiers have a catalog name defined, and we set the catalog name when we apply the template in the targeter. Right there. When we apply template, to return dot apply template. Inverted is the move player one. Temporarily. Move spiral and its targeter is null. How is its targeter null? Look in the movement pool. And we look at our movement template. That is a move player, so we don't care about that. Now we've got a template that is a move spiral. So we are going to create that clone. Movement template, the movement object has a targeter, which is a target random direction. This is correct. Movement initializes. Movement initialize. Oops. Oop. I was removing the targeter right after having set it. Okay, and now if we do a double spiral. Do a faster spiral. Gets to about here. Okay, so there's still some work to be done on how spiral functions, but we're getting there. We're going to need to fix positioners here. So let's use... yeah. We need logic in the apply template that will always create a particular one if it's not set up. No, if current movement.targeter. If a particular object needs a targeter, it should be getting set. If it doesn't need a targeter, we shouldn't care about it. Okay. Now we have targeters. Now positioners are going to be the next thing that we have to worry about. But additionally, when we clone a movement object, we need to be able to set its values. So if we clone... let's look at positioners. Okay, we're going to use the mouse here. Because right now, spiral doesn't actually respect the direction coming in. Which isn't correct. Which means it doesn't have an actual target direction to mess with. It's forcing it into a particular position. So let's look at game ready. To remove the yarn weapon and add a homing mouse. Mouse is not moving properly. Let's look at move straight line. look at targeter. Does not have a direction. Not that target random direction, but target random direction just shouldn't do anything. So not that target random direction. We want a different target random direction. We want the targeter target random direction. So when it is initialized, we set the direction. Template direction is equal to template dot direction. Not direction. Then we set the direction. Okay, so what this does is if the template already has a direction to it, then we will apply it. By default, it won't. But if we are cloning an existing one, it will use the random direction of the existing one. Still not. Oh, tricky. Initialize will scrub it. Well, ultimately doesn't matter. They're not initializing in the targeter pool. Okay. Let's go into our catalog and we're going to look for move straight line should have a get targeter. Load items, homing mouse has move straight line. And in our ready function, spawn points, targeters, movements, positioners, interactions, the entire items, and then the players. Do that. that in targeters has a value in it. Target random direction. Items now has 2 objects in it, including the homing mouse. Where is the targeter value in the homing? Oh, no, sorry. It's movement types. That, and it has a targeter, which is a random direction. Get item. Catalog name is homing mouse. We check to return, which is homing mouse, which has a movement collection of 1. We clone it. We return it. So we don't have the move straight line portion. Is our targeter. Targeter exists, but it has no direction, which shouldn't be possible. Target random direction. Template does not have a direction, so we're looking at clone. To return has nothing there. Initialize is never getting called. Because we never actually initialize it. We don't want to do that. Okay. When we create an entity, when we get an entity here, duplicate the movements, and then we're going to create the movement chain here. Okay, we create the template there. So when we go into a movement object and we apply that template, we need to make sure that we are calling create on it. Right here. So instead, we are going to call targeter pool.create the converted targeter. This will actually initialize it. So then our targeter has a direction. Okay, so we can see that Spiral is impacted by the random movement in a strange fashion. Not surprising. Spiral is currently using a fixed motion to it, which is fine, but we need to make it so that Spiral adjusts the motion around it. So that it curves the motion that comes in. Yeah, having a dummy targeter, I think, is something that we want to have, because then we can have a targeter that just says move right unless there's already motion happening. If there's already motion happening, then apply it. But to get that, I think we need to set the entity to move on the targeter. So when we get the direction, or we get which entity to target, we are going to say, here is the entity that we're moving. Yeah. Entity, and it will return a vector 2. By default, it just returns direction. Okay, so we should be calling these. We should not be referencing those from outside. In theory, I should underscore in front of them for base handling. So now if we say get random direction or target random direction, we are going to do just copy it from here. Okay. I don't like these functions ultimately. No, we need to have a time when we get these, is the thing. So we have a value that they can be stored in. Monster, we are making a Bullet Heaven game, a Vampire Survivors style game. So this one will use that. But it still nulls it when we initialize it. We could store it off, but this is presupposing that the super function will do a particular thing, and we should never ever do that. So we are going to make a variable which is random direction, a vector 2, and it is not equal to anything yet. Random direction is equal to template direction. So then if not random direction, then direction is equal to get a random direction. Hello, cat lover. What this does is it dodges direction from being purged. Is we care about what came from the template. We should care about what comes from the template, period. We should not be doing this. Oh, how we do. Initialize doesn't need to purge that. Yeah. Initialize doesn't need to clear that out. When we apply the template, that'll do it. We still want to have that function because some of them will just raw return that direction. Others will recalculate it. Yeah, others will recalculate it each time. Whether it's based on the entity to move or it's based on something else. Yeah. Okay, so we go into a targeter. We apply the template. Now, if we call initialize, we don't want to scour this out because initialization is happening after the template. Hey there, Jellybean. Welcome. As might be apparent to folks, we are running longer than normal. This is as planned. We're going to run a little longer tonight. There are values in the template that we want to stamp over it. I get the feeling that initialize, these are not template values. Initialize is for things that are transient. Yes. Let's look at an example here. So in pattern spread, initialize resets some of these values. Like all of this stuff that is over time. Initialize should not be removing these. Apply template should be applying this. This should carry. So whatever is stored, it passes it along. So then in random direction here, we don't need to do anything special here. No. Okay, so then we can do when we get direction. If not direction, then direction is equal to global nodes dot get random direction. Okay, broken. Oh. We need to straight line. We're going to call get direction. And it will pass in entity to move. Excellent. And then we do positioners here. Okay, not quite, but this is to be expected. Because we're not cloning the projectile, and we need to be cloning the original projectile when we make new ones. Because that original projectile will tell us which direction it used when we spawn. Okay, we have made a little bit of headway, so I'm going to quickly do a source commit here. Yep. So we still have some things that we don't need anymore in this logic, but we're getting there. Okay. While we're doing this. So the gimmick of this system is that we have, instead of fixed movement patterns for everything, this mouse without modification moves in a straight line. This isn't how it's going to work in the finished product, but it moves in a straight line. We can, on the fly, change that. So now it moves faster. It's not moving faster properly, but we're getting there. Oh wait, this is move straight line. Actually, this is demonstrating it. So move straight line currently actually moves in a random direction. We need to change the name on that. Because it has a movement of move in a straight line paired with a random direction. So the mouse already moves in a straight line. You can watch it move at a fixed rate in a random direction. This is broken. Because Targeter doesn't have... It has apply templates. It's more with feeling. So we can see it's moving at a constant rate. Doesn't matter. But if I take another move random direction, now what's happening is that the direction is being influenced twice. Each of them in their own random direction. So it's possible that the movement in that random direction is actively counter to the other movement. So it will slow down. Other times it will be in a similar direction, which means it will speed up. Hey there, Retro. Well, welcome to the broadcast. You are joining us for one of our programming streams. We spiral motion them. We have the random direction influencing the spiral, which is still good. We triple them. Yep. Okay, we are getting there. We are getting there. Now, we need to go into the positioning logic of the spawner. Okay, spawner. Spawn the entity, and this is the initial direction of the positioner chain. That's not really what we want here. This is one of the wrinkles, then, because it's the initial motion of the spawned entity that matters. So we get an initial direction in, we create the new entity with a target direction, which we initialize by setting it into that entity. Which we keep. Which we don't care about anymore. Okay. Reesh, we try to be. We try to be pretty chill. We used to have a little more active music, but after playing a game called For Your Tranquility, we realized that the things like piano and like soft string music really works for the channel. And hello, the Don. Oh, I see we have a raid from Reish here. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, folks. Ever use Godot? The engine is nice to use. It has its own idiosyncrasies. Um, you have to do a lot more of the footwork yourself, but overall, there's a lot of stuff built in for you. Like, if you want to make some basic physics-based platforming, just like with Unity, all the pieces are built in for you. I'm working on a bullet heaven game akin to Vampire Survivors, but with its own little twist. Which means I've had to tighten down the performance pretty heavily, so I'm not using a lot of the built-in stuff. Okay, so we don't care about the target direction to use. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to move the entity a little bitty bit. Just a little bit. And we will use that when we adjust the positioner. I'm sorry, when we adjust it during the spawning. Don't care about that initial direction as much. It has its own syntax, Rish. And please forgive me if I'm mispronouncing it. But this is GD script. This is the built-in language, its own syntax. Ray it is. I will probably forget, but I will try to remember. So GD script is its own built-in scripting language, but you can use C# libraries on this. You build them over in like Visual Studio or something like that, and then you can import them in and build them that way. You will get better calculation, like raw performance out of C#, but you will lose some performance when you're dealing with things like the physics engine. Game-wise, I play a variety of things, Jellybean. We've been trying to play Deltarune, but we've run into problems with the music. Speaking of, Ray, yeah, classical music can run into issues because while the music itself, like the sheet music, is not copyright most of the time, if you're dealing with like old classics, the actual performance of the music is copyright. The music I'm using is from Epidemic Sound. I have a license through them for all the music I use, and they're really good about it. One game I'm looking forward to playing on stream, and it will be on stream, Jellybean, EDF 6 is coming out in less than a week. And been waiting for that. Been waiting for that. A what now, Adrian? Was not aware. Though I'm not aware of a lot of things, so not shocking. Alright, where do we adjust? There we go. We adjust the spawned entity. So before that, we need to move the spawned entity. We don't care about the initial direction there. Okay, no, we move the entity right there. That should be working then, though. Oh, but we're not cloning the entity each time. Game is moving along here. Let's... Don't think I broke something just yet. So this is the wrinkle that we're putting on Vampire Survivors. If you're familiar with the game Noida, that is a game that we played the life out of and built mods for back in the day. Way back in the earlier streams, which you can see in my VODs. Subtle hint, watch my VODs. Where your weaponry was determined by kind of a chain of bricks that you would put in place. So in this case, we have a projectile that is moving in a random direction in a straight line at a fixed velocity. If I take that same random direction in a straight line at a fixed velocity and I do it again, we now get variable speed, because now there's two different random vectors. So some of them are completely counter to each other, like these right in the middle. Others are aligned with each other more, so they're moving faster. I can pop that loose and it goes back to fixed velocity. I can spawn 3 of them at once. This is where we need to clone the entity, because this is supposed to be in a 90-degree spread, but they're just going every which way. So in the spawner, when we spawn one, we need to know when we reset. We need to know when we reset, so let's... I mean, you don't put yourself down when it comes to game making. It's... if it had gameplay, you made a game. If it didn't work out how you wanted it to, you do it again. Whether it's the same thing but better, or if it's a completely different thing. Repetition, practice, iteration... It's just like learning to draw or play an instrument or speak another language. Okay, we need to know... This is the template that we're spawning. We initialize... in our physics tick. Under capacity. If we are over capacity, we don't spawn. I mean, Ray, there have been games with similar amount of gameplay. When you think about it, you have created the primal version of Cookie Clicker. You add a active tally to it, and now you have a base clicker game. And then you just keep welding on features as you go. We're not spawning and we start spawning. That's when we want to understand. We need to know when we start spawning. Okay, so right here, this is when we reset it. Well, hello there, one. Welcome. We don't have positioners. We reset it. We need to know when we're done spawning. We need to know when we start, and we need to know when we finish. We never talk about how spaghetti our code has become. We're in the process of rewriting the movement and spawning logic. Earlier in the stream, we rewrote the movement logic. The spawn point. I mean, you could have been relatively technical and called it, like, decorate. Okay, if we get here, then we know we're creating a new one. And if we get here, we know we're creating a new one. We could condense this part here. Okay, so then we get into physics tick, and again, these are the two places that we know we are resetting. So entity to copy is equal to null. We are not creating an actual copy of that entity, we're creating a reference to it. So when we call into spawn, we are going to initialize it with those pieces. If entity to copy else. Okay. All right, Ray. Thanks for joining. Monster, at most we might make it 2.5D. We will be making it chunky pixely. All the sprite art is 16 by 16. In theory, entity to copy. Oh. Dot clone. That should do it. Nope. Won't have a movement chain yet. That's part of the problem. Part of the problem. But this is kind of where we need to be. Clone an entity. We should create all of the pieces for it. Duplicate the movements. Okay. It's when we initialize them that we're creating the chains. movement chain, incoming, outgoing. We should move these up to set template values. This shouldn't break. Okay, set template values. We don't need to duplicate the movements. What we need to do is get the movement chain out of it. That's still the problem, because we're just taking the movements out of it. We're not duplicating the actual movement chain of it. But we don't need a movement chain. Movement chain is irrelevant. Never need the movement chain. Though we may actually need something like that. We're going to need to revisit how we do modifiers as a result of what I am about to do. Or movement as movement in entity templates movements. This we do pool create that. Interaction in So again, we're rewriting movement, which means we're also rewriting a portion of entity creation. Action pool. Create using the interaction as a template, which will either duplicate the template or it will find one and apply that template to it. then in entity move, instead we will do for movement in movements as a movement. Move self delta. Did I break? Should be the player object. Player object has no incoming or outgoing currently, but it should have existing movements. Is a move player object. Good call there, Sapphire. Okay, so now movements. It's a move player. There's no next movement, no targeter, because it doesn't use that. So now we're going to hop over to move. Oh. Oop. Hey, that's still not working, but we do have the movement chain updated in the way that we want it to be. Do this because it'll make them move faster. In what way, Adrian? I'm not seeing any movement objects getting templated. Do you mean in the game? Do you mean to my streaming rig? What do you mean? Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of movement objects getting created, but none of them are going into the pool, which they're supposed to. I mean, if it gets to the computer, it might get shut down or damaged based on the, the severity of that power surge. My computers are behind at least one full layer of power supply. both, surge protection and power supply, so they are very resistant to surges. What would happen to the code? Well, I save on a regular basis and upload it to source control. So worst case, I lose a day. Absolute worst case. It's my movement pool. Oh, okay. Release. Or movement as movement in movements in we were never releasing them, so they never go into the pool, so they never get reused. And let's speed up that process by going into the game's ready function, and we're going to give ourselves a couple more spread objects. Really go bonkers there. 1, 2, 7, 81, 200 some. Okay, well, there's clearly some stuff going wrong here. I feel like the templating is going wrong. You can see that how it's going wrong in that periodically the movement of objects out in the field are getting rearranged, which it's not supposed to. It does look cool. Oh, them frames. Yeah, it's not supposed to be pooling that many. Oh. We are getting infinite loops there. Well, thank you, Adrian. As always, I like to show off. And hey there, Lewis. Boop. I have had a common response to some of my gaming videos uh, where people referring to that cat be gaming as far as when the cat cam is the primary thing visible. This should be fine because there's never a next movement. We're not purging out template values properly. So some of the movement chain is still remaining. Just take this and do this. I like this simplification even if stuff be broken. Well, let's go through. At least one of them you won't be able to see because he is currently on my headrest. We can see 3 of the 5 on camera right now. Mason and Sherbet are not visible, the 2 tan and white cats. We have, since you are looking at the tall form, we have Ember in the upper left, and then Sky and Sammy in the lower left. Steady growth there, Adrian, just steady growth. Diligence. When I first started, the only thing that was on camera was the cats. I showed up later. Okay, here's where the problem happens because we are not properly loading them from template. Sherbet has come to sit in my lap. It's taken a long time for him to get to the point where he's comfy enough to do that. He is super skittish. To the extent where I've never been able to trim his claws. Okay, it's trying to load them from the pool. It's trying. There's a lot of stuff that you learn over time with content creation, Adrian. Experience and practice. And research. Hey there, Bricks. Okay, what if we never copy the entity? Let's double check that. Still working on the game, Maximum. Oops. Like that. Honor if false. Never do it that way. All right, still breaking. So it's not that part, but this part is a contributing problem. Oh. We'll have to double check that. We may have to make sure that we can purge their settings. I mean, my name is Newt, which I dislike it. Mechanist is a title. In CL, I have 5 cats. Okay, we are hitting template soon. Right there. Okay. Not that we're creating that. I think it's still that the movement is breaking down. Alright, so in the entity, when we initialize it, we need to make sure that an entity is being set properly. Oh, but maybe. Yeah. Or is it remove? It's clear. Okay, we are now templating. That was the problem. The movement collection was continuing. It was persisting, I should say. Yay! Progress, progress. So many mice, Tass, so many mice. Oh. Where are we at? Where are we at right now? We got time yet. We got time yet. Little longer. Little longer. Sherbet is back up on my head. Oh, right behind my head, like wedged up between my neck and the chair rest. Okay, so then we go into the spawner. Spawn one. We initialize them with that, but that doesn't matter anymore. So the first entity to create should be the player. It's a player type. Release this, and we are going to set a tripler on it. Excuse me. Oh. Entity to copy is a mouse. It's a bullet heaven style game, so the general gameplay is monsters swarm in from the edge of the screen and projectiles fire wildly out from your character to try to stop them from touching you. So then we have movement objects, which is just the one. Set in here. We are initializing, but from here we can see what kind of movement objects it has, which is this one. It has a targeter, and that targeter does not have values set. So do we have an entity to copy? Yes. Okay. Entity to copy. But in spawning that first entity, we should be moving it and positioning it. But if we call move on it first, that's going to potentially throw it off. Positioner chain, which is not what we're creating. We spawn them. the entity. So we spawn it, and then we adjust its position. But it won't have moved by that time. That's the problem. It won't have actually moved. It'll just have its target direction, which still should be okay. Because it's not an initial direction here. Okay, so we don't care about an initial direction. Okay, let's try. Let's make a quick commit here. Okay, so when the positioner chain is dealing with this, the initial direction, where do we clear that? Okay, initial direction is zeroed out when we start spawning. Okay. This right here is what we need to change. Let's try. Nope. Targeter respects that. So every time random movement is assigned, it should be respecting this value. So this time it's not set yet. Let's see, we've got 4 right now. I suspect Mason is above Sky. Okay. In the spawner, when we are actually trigger the spawn. Clone that. In the template, our movements, we have the one here. Targeter with no values. Okay, it's that we don't, at this time, when we are spawning them, we don't actually have the position or logic set. It has not yet been moved. And until it's moved, we don't have the extra logic we need. Like, we don't have the positioning logic. And because of that, we're still getting the random positions. So we need to know if the copy has to happen here. Now, we could apply the entity template on top of the new entity. It's kind of wasteful, but but the entity to copy doesn't get stored here. That's what we need to make sure of. So we create it here. Then we are going to... Oh, no. We don't set it here. We have an entity to copy. We set it here. Then in the in the physics tick right here. Not entity copy, entity to copy is equal to spawned entity clone. Okay, it's a start. It's a start. After we adjust the position, we are cloning that one. Or we keep it so that we can clone it and adjust the position further. No, that's not quite right. We're close, though. I think we're close. We move, we need to get its target direction. So if we don't yet have an initial direction, we move the entity and then we get that. We have our entity and our target direction. Oh. Movement. Okay, now we are going to go back into the spawner here. And after we adjust the position, not entity to copy, then spawn entity clone. Now they're still overlapping. Still overlapping. We're still missing something here. Quick break, then we're back to it. Figured it out. It is because the reason that this is happening is because the positioner is adjusting a value that the movement doesn't care about. So when we adjust positions, such as in pattern spread here, we change the target direction, but nothing cares about the target direction. Oh. The target direction otherwise would move it, but we need to make sure that that propagates into things like the targeters. Because we need to be able to do things like shift the position and like rotate them. How are we going to do that? because just rotating them doesn't cut it. We could go in and say for each targeter, because each targeter needs to be subjected to the same thing if it's going to remember it. The entity's target direction doesn't matter after outside of that initial moment. So if we want the rotation to stick, every one of them needs to be subjected to the same thing. So it needs to be an iteration over the movement, over each targeter, and to tell the targeter how the rotation has to happen. So we could tell the movement we could get a target direction from the targeter, and then we could set the target direction to the targeter. This seems convoluted. But it doesn't happen frequently, so that might be okay. Hello, Sammy. Yes. Sammy has come to join me, so she demands attention. Movement in entity movements. Do the following. If movement targeter there is a targeter is equal to movement.targeter. If targeter, then targeter dot direction is equal to that same thing, but rotated as we would otherwise do. Closer. We have some overlap, but we have the rotation happening. So one of them isn't rotating, and I expect that it's the first one. Because the first one is being stored off before the rotation. I'm sorry, after the rotation. So then when we duplicate it, we're rotating it again. And copy this. It's equal to initial direction rotated. Time, familiarity, and trust, Adrian. All of the mods that I've had, or that I currently have, are people that I've known for several years now. Ta-da! Okay, not quite. We're getting the duplication on top of them, but we're getting there. We are getting there. Okay, we're not getting the consecutive ones, but that's okay. It's okay. Okay, so when a positioner calls adjust position, first we get the initial position. We adjust the position ourselves. All right, thanks for swinging through, folks. Okay, this is the next part we need to work with. Okay, this is where we need to get the actual target direction of the entity. So if we rotate the targeters, we tell the targeters what we're doing, and then we could also adjust the target movement. So then in adjust position of pattern spread, Ice Drake, we are making a game. We're making a bullet heaven game akin to Vampire Survivors with a weapon system akin to Noida. Meant Messing with the target movement is still okay, I think. Okay, now we're going to spiral that. Spiral off. The wand system in Noida, where, well, here, if you look in the lower left corner, I have a weapon here. This is the homing mouse. So right now I've got it set up so that it is spawning many at once. It is breaking. We are seeing it break right now. So this is what it's supposed to do. We are seeing it fail a little as it goes, which is not too shocking here. Yeah, the second iteration is where it's breaking down. But, okay, so if I put this little triple on it, it spawns 3 at once. Otherwise, it spawns 1 at a time. If I put this little spiral on it, it'll move in this spiral pattern. It is affected by its natural movement, though. Since the mouse always moves in a straight line in a random direction, it is the spiral motion plus, the straight line plus the spiral motion. And then I've added another, I can add in another random direction after it, and we'll get even more distorted movement. Or I could add it in before, and it will still be distorted movement, but further different. Well, I appreciate it, CL. I appreciate it. Hopefully we'll get there. But what we want to do is keep making these more and more complex so that they are like bundles of functionality. Things like, oh, it spirals and thus and then it explodes on impact, kind of thing. So every one of them should be something cool or compelling to add, even if it makes the movement very erratic. Okay, so multi-positioning still broken, but we're getting there. That's going to be the next thing we try to address. But I think we're going to stop there. Actually, here, let me show you more of what we're looking at. Okay, so we have the projectiles moving around. Let me just do a quick demo of this here. Look at our blobs. Okay, we can see the little jelly guys hopping in from the edges here. If 2 mice hit them, they go away. So, ideally, we want to have multiple mice firing at once so that they get hit more often. And I can do things like here. Now they move a little more erratically, but maybe they'll arc and hit more blobs. these are just like the simplest, crudest things that we're adding. Eventually it will be, if you add this, not only does it move this way, but it fires out more projectiles at once, and they're faster, and maybe they pierce, or again, they explode, or they splinter, all kinds of stuff. But right now, we're just trying to fix that fan pattern. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah. Pretty much, Ice Drake. You get each part working, and then you move on. Hey there, Okaneki. Good to see you. Technically, CL, the character can have health. At the moment, they don't. It's the same mechanism that the blobs use. Well, it's akin to it. The player will use health a little differently. Since the player loses health for being in contact with a blob currently, it'll vary. It'll vary. Like maybe you get hearts on the screen or something, you know. Fire away, fire away. We're going to wrap up and chat a little bit. Oh, but we need to fix the positioners. We need to fix the positioners so that we can cascade them properly. That's going to mean being able to iterate the position that we're working on. So we need to have the entity end position after the rotation happens, and we need to make sure that that isn't incorrectly propagating. We're not going to talk about the price of a Vtuber model. Let's just say they start in the hundreds for a decent one, and then they just keep going up in cost. That's why I generally tell people, if you want to get into this space, first learn if you like streaming, and then then try out things like PNG tubing. Hey there, Vale. Welcome. Oh, but yeah, once we get the cascading positioning down, then we're going to be able to pivot once again back to where we want to be, and that's making and testing more variations. Spirals, orbits, piercing, all that kind of stuff. We were working on our game, Vale. We were working on our game. In particular, we were working on the movement and targeting today. We had to change a lot of stuff, and we still have more to go for tomorrow. CL, if you want to show me your cat pictures, my Discord server has a board specifically for pet photos. But yeah. So let's see. Yeah, so fixing the positioning further tomorrow, that will be an adventure, and then moving on to the new modules. If I complete it, if I have anything to do about it, Vale, I do want to get it on Steam. That is the natural place to put it. It won't necessarily only be there long term, but that's where I hope to start. That I don't know, Vale. Price point will probably be non-zero. But I don't expect it's going to be super expensive either. But we'll see. We'll see. Time will tell. Okay, so tomorrow we have more coding. Next week's schedule isn't set in stone yet, but EDF 6 does drop next week, so that's happening. That will be on stream with some frequency. Love me some EDF. It is good times. Been waiting on that new one. As they are prone to do, the EDF releases in Japan happen quite a while before the US releases. But should be a good time. Should be a good time. We'll probably have some. Ideally, we will have some collaborations both with some of my friends as well as potentially some other streamers popping into that game if we're lucky. But I hope everybody had a good time watching with us today. We made some progress, tangible progress. I think the systems are better every time we have to rip up the floorboards and burn the roof down. Oh. But progress nonetheless. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, that kind of thing. It will help you find what you like in the future, and will also get somebody muted. Boop. But it also helps the channel grow. With all that said, I do hope you all have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you later. Goodbye.